I have no fractal background, which is amazing. Hello! My background disappeared on me. Must have made a change and caused that earlier today. Oops. Let's get this right. Hey, I'm in the middle now. Yay! Okay. So, yesterday was pretty eventful, I feel like, in terms of the game. Feel like I made a lot of progress. Turn the music down. Feel like I made a lot of progress. I don't know how much progress I actually made. I have no real way to gauge that, but it felt good. I spent a good deal of time today thinking about puzzles that I've encountered so far. Reorganizing my notes because I wasn't sure. Because my notes that I just scribbled down yesterday were a real mess. But in doing so, I already talked this over a little bit with Gaia today. But in doing so, I think I stumbled upon something with the numbers that might help me in the future, and it might just be a complete waste. I don't know. But, so I'm going to hold up my notepad. See it. Okay. So I know that putting a dash through it is effectively +5. So like if you take 1, for example, +5 to get 6, you get the plus sign right there. So, and that follows through 7, 8, 9. But the game treats 5s differently. Because if you note, like all the way 5 here, so 5 plus 5, it's a completely different symbol. But I realized that 5, so there's not only indicator, the little dash is an indicator for a +5, right? But there's also an indicator for a multiplication of 5, which I didn't realize. And that is turning the character counterclockwise 90 degrees. So if you look at 10, which would be 2 times 5, take 2 and you twist it. Which leads me to think the same holds true for 1 times 5, because if you notice, 1 is rotated counterclockwise or multiplied by 5. So, I think that will hold true for 15 and 20. These are pure speculation, though. I don't know what to do with 25, because 25 doesn't hold. It would have to be either a completely different symbol or something else. So I don't have... It doesn't follow through to that far. But I'm hoping that's it. I still have no idea what I'm doing with the alphabet. I went back, I took screenshots. I went back into the game today, and I went down to the classroom, and I took screenshots of every character hanging on the walls in there from every angle that I could, because I wanted a true count of the number of plaques that were hanging, the number of characters that I had to work with. And it's not 26. So, no matter how I go about it, the number of plaques hanging in that room is 23. So it's not a straight It's not just a Caesar cipher where you're or not Caesar cipher is not the correct. It's not just a straight replacement. Like there's no like this character is A, this character is B. There's just characters that aren't accounted for, or I'm on completely the wrong track with how their language is structured. So there's that. I did reach out to. So this is not a remaster. This is just a re-release of the original DVD version of the game. You had some theories as to why that may be as well for the alphabet. I mean, we know the words don't sound the same, so it's not like it's just they're just writing it differently. Like they are speaking. I hate saying this, Dunny. Yeah, I I posted about this on the Myst subreddit, and I was given a really cool link to the universal hint system, which I didn't know. Apparently the universal hint system is completely spoiler free. Like it works exactly like the hints in real Myst did, where it would give you like different. This is hint 1. This is hint 2. Okay, if you really want the solution, here it is. So I have hints that I can access now. I'm not completely flying blind if I'm absolutely stuck. I don't think I'm there yet. Like, I'm gonna go poke a bunch of things yet again tonight just to see how they react. Yeah, okay. I'll link that to you probably later on. Actually, you know what? I can just derp. Keep your fingers crossed, but it looks like Cox is behaving tonight. So anyway, I guess let's get right into it. Okay. I still cannot do any. There's the walkway, which I don't know how to access. It looks like I may. I don't think I can do it yet. So there was also this cave painting. I really wish I had the flashlight from Real Myst to illuminate. Because see, there's these walkways all over the place yet, and I have no way to get at them. I also need to find I have retraced my steps to 4 of the 5 eyeball things and recorded their sounds, but I honestly don't fucking remember where the 5th one was. I found all 5 of them. I don't remember where the 5th one was at. See, they clearly have lights, and so I don't understand why they don't just have more of them on the island. Just saying. Have I been up to that building? I don't think I've been up to that building. In fact, I know I haven't been up to that building. How do I get up there? No, look down is the lever. I want to pull the lever. Lever. What? No! Damn it. Oh, fine then. Okay, so how do I get up there? I know I can go here. Climb the ladder here. There's the building. Checking for extra walkways that I didn't maybe account for. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. It clearly shows me something. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. Really? Wow. Huh. That's amazing. I don't know if I ever owned Riven on physical media or not. It seems like I did. And Riven was huge. Okay. Evacuated. Now we step into the pressure cooker. Willingly. Wait, what? I can't tell if that's actually something I can get or not. Oh, this is the worst. Just puts you out here. Does me no good. Like, there's totally a walkway up there, and I don't know how to get to it. I feel like the walkway has got to be inside there, but I don't know how. I don't see any way to access it. There's the island. Okay, that's the island where we started out. Axe. They do different things. I know that sound. Okay. Like, are they just used to me now? Like, have I passed by enough times to? That sound is number 4. I don't even know what to call it. Platypus dolphin. Platypus dolphins. That is officially what I will call them. And I know that number 3 was just looked at frog. Two Platydolphs. There we go. Number 2 would then be the. I went back and I restarted a new game because that beetle flies off and he's never there again. I went back and I started a whole new game just to go to that one spot and listen to what he sounds like again. Platyfins. You can see that. And they're gone now. They're just gone. This one I don't know yet at all. That's number 5. I mean, it legit sounds like a whale, right? Does it not look like there's a path that goes? That's just 2. Okay. Well, I mean, the bot did say I need drinks. No idea what that up there yet. No idea what this button does yet. You're not wrong. Get out on the other side. Nope. Can't. Walk through. So. What game is that? What was your number one favorite? Shivers! Excellent. You know, I own that as well. I had a buddy who really liked Shivers a lot. He owned it, and we had this grand plan that I was gonna get some and he was gonna get some, and then we were gonna swap the discs back and forth. and we never really did that. So I picked it up later as an adult. It's in my backlog now, along with Shivers 2. My personal favorite has gotta be Curse of Monkey Island. I know that's such a cliche thing to say, like, because everybody loves Monkey Island, but oh, it's just so good. Like, when you say lag, are you talking about? Have you do me a favor, because I don't have the low latency mode in Twitch, but I have no drop frames. Ooh, 1 second here. Well, okay, try resetting your player, because I've got audio levels just fine and no drop frames anywhere. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I know there's a dude there. Didn't seem to like me. Hunting for pixels at this point. Anything. nothing. That's so weird. Like, you would think that you'd be able to interact with this thing. It's clearly something. Well, that's just normal internet lag because it's got to bounce back. It's got to bounce down to Dallas and then back to me. And then it encodes on my end, bounces back to Dallas, and then to you. So that's normal. I need to find the fifth eye. I need to find the puzzle to plug the fifth eye, the different eyes into. I think it is time for a hint. Okay. Yeah. Except I don't want alcohol poisoning. done that. So the game seems to think I should. So the hints seem to be eating. Back to the lake area. Because apparently the circle with the eyes is somewhere on the village. But I can't get there yet. And nah, you go a long time before you glance at a hint. Well, thank you. I try. Like, because, yeah, there is a whole other ass building up there. How the fuck do I get to it? I've already did the boiler puzzle. It's giving me all these instructions to do the boiler, and it's like, I did that part. No. What am I supposed to do with that? See, here's the thing. Okay, like, normally the game will only show you unless it's letting me turn here specifically so I can see that building over there, which, okay, fine, but that doesn't help me. problem with the hint system is that it's not really cohesive. Like, it doesn't say like this hint comes after this hint. Couldn't go any further over there. That is clearly the building I need to get to. The one that was back there. No, that's the one that you originally popped out of. This hole right here was a one-way. You had to open it from up here before you could. It was like a shortcut that you opened up. You had to do the boiler puzzle in order to access that pipe, and there was no other way out of that pipe. So I wish I knew. Don't let me walk that direction. The thing that gets me is there's clearly a walkway, and it looks like it's clearly leading into here, right? This one I get a pipe. Because I turned off the board. See, this was the world's most convoluted frog trap. Here, I'll just go. Now this pipe comes. It goes to this. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Okay, we got water. And it's boiling. There's a third position on the lever. God damn it. Excellent. I was expecting that. Alright, well, the world's most convoluted frog trap. Okay. So, there... Ta-da! So, the idea was take a piece of food, put the food on the plate, and then you lower it down, and it's pressure sensitive. So if any pressure hits the middle plate, like a frog, boop, traps them. It's all fine and good, except it does me no good. It keeps showing me this, like I should be able to do something with that. I don't. Just don't get it. That drops me out. It clearly mills something, right? Like... Or not mills, but... Oh, it's making wood pulp. what it's doing. So that they can make the books to travel different eras. It looks like there's a fourth pipe. Not a fourth option. Fucking A. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna be myself. Finally found the hint I needed. So that's a lie. There's a switch. There is. I sure as fuck can't see it. One moment here. Fuck my life. Wow. Wow. I am very disappointed myself. Hey. How are you doing tonight, man? You going vegan? Gotcha. Hey. Ooh, we got all sorts of stuff in here. Well, at least it's unlocked now. No. Hey. I'm gonna save before I click on that. It looks like the prison book that I brought to the island to seal Atris's dad. Let's see. Yep. Sure as fuck doesn't work anymore. Okay. Well, that's problematic. Seem like 2 doors. That is a new area I have not been to yet. My night's going alright, man. I'm just chilling, playing some Riven. We got so many neat things here. Eggs. Yeah, it's like, why let me open one drawer if you're not with nothing to interact with? You're not gonna let me open up the other drawers. There's clearly another drawer at the bottom of that. Look at the space. Like, right, that's a hidden drawer. Am I crazy? Frog trap. Yep, got it. Last week, while monitoring the situation of the villagers from the scope in my survey room, I observed one of the natives swim out to a small object that appeared to be floating but anchored near the entrance to the bay. I ordered the object removed from the water for inspection. Several days later, however, I was surprised to see another floating there. The missing object had apparently, and quite mysteriously, been replaced with a new one overnight. I've long been aware of the existence of similar artifacts on the villager's island. but have paid them little notice until now. Tomorrow I shall send surveyors to catalog the others. That's supposed to be fifth? No, it doesn't make any sounds. The latest ink formulation has proven a failure. Even when writing in my most promising books, I obtain only the barest glimmer of a connection. It is frustrating to expend so much effort creating a blank book only to end up destroying it when it doesn't work. There are days when the lab is uncomfortably warm from the flames of the failed attempts. The further I refine each element, formulations of the inks and papers, physical dimensions of the books, the more I realize that the list of potential combinations is nearly infinite. It is during moments like these that I despair without access to Dunny. My long-term goals may never be accomplished. Nevertheless, there are avenues of research which remain to be explored. I am discontinuing regular observations. Stars beneath the fissure. Of the stars beneath. Although I've been able to track the dark cloud-like formations that migrate through the star field, and have proven that their paths are cyclical, without proper instrumentation it is pointless to continue. My general theory concerning the nature of the fissure has remained unaltered since it first appeared. It seems that the fabric of this age has been breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete but overlapping spaces. Much like a link, but the apparent physical contradictions surrounding the juncture defy logical reason. The great column of wind that was formed when the fissure first appeared suggests a vacuum as one might expect in space, yet my early experimentations revealed the presence of a breathable atmosphere. That Atris and Catherine threw themselves into the void is further evidence that it might be safe to travel, but without knowing its true nature I cannot take the risk myself. It is also difficult to say what would happen if I were to reopen it after so long, but it is likely that the results would be catastrophic, given the changes that have occurred in this age since that time. Maintenance on the steam vent caps completed. I am extremely pleased with the continued success of this system. I believe the construction to have been true to the Dunny designs of my memory, another example of the superiority of the Dunny technology. Yep, story time with Sin. It's ironic that Atris and Catherine unwittingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. As with many of my views over the years, my thoughts regarding the origin of the fissure have changed. I have recently begun to wonder whether I was actually an unexpected byproduct of the changes Catherine and Atris wrote into this age during their escape. Certainly by casting their linking book into the void, they trapped me here quite effectively, but I do not believe that Atris intended the book to be lost in this manner. Much better to destroy it than to risk the possibility of its falling into unknown hands. Also, had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they would surely have thought that the vacuum it created would eventually consume the atmosphere of this planet, a fate which Catherine undoubtedly would have deemed unacceptable for her homeworld. If I had not been there to supervise the construction of the seal, this is most certainly what would have happened. for the villagers were far too frightened to even approach the vortex without my urging. I hold on to the belief that it was an unintended consequence of their writing for another reason as well. I prefer to think that my son had meant for this age to merely be a prison for me, rather than a death sentence. Well, we know that that's true. The construction of the imagers has proceeded without fault. It is interesting to see how easily I've been able to adapt the Dunny technology to mimic that of the Ahmad. That's a new word. I don't think we know that one yet. In some ways, the similarities between the two cultures was striking. I wonder if perhaps there had been communication as commerce between the two cultures in earlier times. Maybe Keda's people were even descendants of the Dunny. It pleases me to think so. So this is the communication, or this is the holo projector thing that we saw in the school. Note, it's possible that if I were somehow able to supply the books with a power source of sufficient magnitude, I could suppress the variance enough to facilitate a solid link. It is doubtful that the geothermal cap generators could provide such an enormous surge. Perhaps I could adapt the fire marbles. Fire marbles? Okay. I have been cataloging the natural elements of this age for nearly 30 years now. Yet still I continue to find evidence of the Dunny's preoccupation with fire. With 5. That 5 up here. Oh. Nope, that's clearly fire. Okay. As a boy, it was very clear to me that the number 5 had a special significance to the Dunny society. From the ancient heraldic emblems of the ruling elite to the humble homes of the commoners, it was ubiquitous. Its presence here is obviously a direct reflection of the minds that designed the texts that I used to compose this age. Further proof? No. Back. Further proof that through their art, the Dunny masters were indeed creating the marvelous worlds they wrote, and not, as many have mistakenly thought, merely building links to pre-existing worlds. While most of my constructions have been based on Dunny designs, I see now that the ones that I have imbued with the power of 5 are clearly the most beautiful and the most perfect, and I believe most structurally sound. I am still attempting to determine how the Dunny color symbology reflects this superior design principle. Although superficially it is based on a 6-color system, I am convinced that there has to be a deeper connection to the 5. I will continue to investigate. Okay, I'm gonna write those symbols down. I finally made a breakthrough. I've succeeded in modifying the fire marbles to generate enough power to hold a descriptive linking book in a stable matrix. I have linked to a new world. It is a harsh and desolate age, but it is nonetheless well suited for my purposes, and so I have designated my Yes, we are in Gens, who is the dad of Atris. Atris being the guy who was hero of Myst. We are in his dad's workshop, it seems. Found the way through. Found the way through the fan. Finally. You know what? I know how to translate. This is his 98th age. By studying it closely, I believe I will eventually be able to create a more appropriate age for us to resettle on. For now, I will build an office and set up my living quarters there, in order that I may conduct my experiments in safety and without distraction. I must admit that I am proud of my work. To think that in such primitive conditions I have accomplished in 29 years what it took the original Dunny centuries to achieve. Note: repair outerwear for work on this world. Goggles may need to be redesigned altogether. I've begun construction on a series of link sites for each island that will connect Riven with my new office on 98. The Survey Guild has finally completed the site location for such island according to my exact specification, and installation of the domes is underway at last. There's the dome again. Okay. Work on the central power source got off to a bit of a bad start, I'm afraid, but the pace has picked up considerably since then, and I anticipate no further delays. I'm looking forward to finally having a civilized mode of transportation. Okay, we've got to be Tetris pieces. Due to the rebels' continued disturbances, I have decided to install a coded access system into all of the domes. Numbers. Okay. Ten. I was right. Ha! I was right. On. There it is. Bam! Vindication. But the problem with this is now I have. I went back and rewrote that. So that one is very neat because I spent a great portion of today actually like I couldn't get the number system out of my head, and I'll explain that here in just a second. The problem is that there are now two numbers that I don't have on this. Okay, we're gonna. Boop. So I went back and I reorganized my notes a bit on this. Okay, I knew that. Oh, come on, focus, you piece of shit. Focus. That's super annoying. Gonna play nice. I don't know how well you can see it. Sorry. But I realized that yesterday that putting a slash through it meant +5. And while I was reorganizing my notes, I realized that there is also a denotation for a multiplying of 5. Um, so you have 1 here times 5. You rotate the 1 counterclockwise 90 degrees. So 2, which is this one right here, times 5 is 10. And 10 is the 2 rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise. So from there, I was able to extrapolate 15 and 20. But I don't know. I need to figure out what the others are because I have a sneaking suspicion that the others are in there somewhere. This could be 16. Sorry, let me get you back to this screen. This could be 16? The only reason why I say that is because it's a vertical. It's 1. So it's 1. Maybe? This would be maybe 14. They're just overlaying the symbols on top of each other. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I caught one of my assistants looking over this journal today. I'm glad I've chosen to write it in a language they cannot decipher. Note: discuss security with each guildmaster. No problems expected from the maintainers, educators, and surveyors. Question the bookmakers and builders more closely. Today I heard several more reports of spirit sightings by some of the villagers. It seems that under Catherine's leadership, the rebels, as the Black Moiety, as the villagers obstinately insist on referring to them, have attained a new level of sophistication in their terror tactics and have renewed their campaign to intimidate the villagers into joining them, playing upon their shared superstitions. The villagers are certainly susceptible to this form of coercion, especially given of late the rebels' increasing acts of vandalism and theft. The don't even know what how I'm supposed to do that. The traps have been steadily fruitful this year. Apparently, the breakup of the islands has not adversely affected the subterranean ecosystem. Unfortunately, I imagine the rebels are experiencing a similarly generous harvest. No shortage of poison for their darts this. Such morbid issues aside, the sudden availability has allowed me to refine particularly pleasant extract for my pipe, one that is smoother than any of the others from recent years. Chemical analysis of one of the rebel knives has yielded curious results. Its composition contains elements that are unlike anything I've encountered on the islands. It appears they have access to a resource which I am unaware. Perhaps a mine or an uncharted island. Those are the knives that we've been seeing everywhere. Note, most of the knives have been found on the south side of the village. This is the same area in which there have been reports of people mysteriously disappearing. I think a closer inspection of the area is warranted. The fact that they have these distinctive knives as a sign of their presence concerns me. They're growing more bold and seem to no longer fear discovery of their hideout. The latest measurements indicate that the recent trend has continued. The movement of the islands has slowed tremendously. My previous estimates predicted a total collapse in approximately 3 months. But with the new figures, I am uncertain. I have nearly finished writing the 99th age and have every faith that it will indeed be a safe place for us to relocate to. Yet it would be helpful to know what has caused the halt in this age's breakup. Is it possible that it's stable after all? If so, I must discover how this age differs from my less successful attempts. My examination of the 90... It has an RD, but... It's 98th. He's trying to say 93rd? Gotta be 98th. 98th age have thus far proven inconclusive. Or perhaps someone is repairing the damage to the 5th age. If so, it would almost certainly be Atreus, but we know that he was trying. I have reluctantly decided to abandon my experiments into the behavior of the water of this age, as there are more pressing matters on which I must now concentrate, leaving me little time for such speculative research. For future reference, however, my investigations up to this point have revealed the following. I believe the remarkable properties of the water to be caused by a life form that resides in it, specifically a type of bacteria. I am imagining motile unicellular organism. Yeah, I know it had RD, but the way that they talk and write, I'm chalking that up to just... I mean, it could potentially mean that my understanding of the number 8 is wrong. I don't think it is. Anyway, prolonged but one with structures capable of holding bits of water. Those combined effect via surface tension, a stronger force, cause the composite body of water to move in response to heat. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat, for example, a period of extended boiling, seems to kill the bacteria, which would explain its dramatic aversion to heat sources. Unfortunately, these theories are still not fully tested, and I remain ignorant both of its deeper nature and its possible uses. An exciting development last night. A squad of maintainers stumbled upon a lone rebel scout and obtained from him a most incredible device. It is a crystal that somehow powers these flawed linking books, much as my own system does, but with an obvious advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it completely portable. Catherine must have fabricated the device before I captured her, obviously with an explicit dunny schematic she must have brought with her to this age. If only I'd had access to such a document all these years. Regardless, I can now concentrate solely on the writing of ages and need no longer worry about building elaborate power supplies for each new book I write. This is a sobering reminder, however, that I must continue to seek avenue to Dunny. Regaining access to the resources there may be crucial to the completion of my mission. Sketch that just because I don't know what it is. And that looks like it's the last page. Okay. Now that clearly looks like I should be able to get out on the other side. I don't know. This is a new island. I have not been to this one yet. But I am going to take a quick break and refresh my drink, and we'll be right back. Alrighty. To quote a YouTube artist that I watch, "Welcome back." There's clearly a door over there. Like, now the game is just taunting me. Like, you haven't been able to get out of here this whole time, but... Alright, let's see. Game is absolutely, like, you know, it's not like super immersive 3D graphics, but man, this is really pretty for the time. The imagination that they had to have to come up with this, like these settings, just really amazing. Hmm. I mean, that's clearly just going to make that one, the one in the upper left, bubble up. Hmm. I don't know what I'm doing with that. I've seen the shapes before. Yes, I have, and I wrote it down. Wow. And there's writing here. Also the sideways one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what it gets me yet, but I have 5 branching paths, and I know a button to push for each. Yeah, another one of these goddamn things. Can you stop spinning? Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Get over there. Okay, maybe this time my idea will work. Aha! 5th time's a charm. I'm gonna play Monkey Island, and then I'm gonna go into exile. That's the plan currently. I've played through Monkey Island before, but man, I love that. You know, if you'd have told me that a building was gonna pop up out of that, I wouldn't have believed you. I'm not feeling terribly confident about this idea. Okay, so fun fact, I have tried these games are really finicky with Windows 10. I own them all on GOG. I own the whole franchise. And I cannot get Uru. Like, so the way that I've got my stream set up is I'm playing on these games are being played on Surface Pro that I'm piping into my capture card. And I cannot get Uru to respect the sound device that I've chosen. It just refuses. I disabled the onboard speakers, and it still plays the sound. It just doesn't play sound at all. Then it will not put it out through the HDMI. So I don't know how I'm gonna get Uru to play on stream as it currently stands, because I'm using an Intel NUC, an old like 5th gen Intel NUC to do my stream, and it doesn't have the horsepower to stream and play a game at the same time, and neither does my Surface Pro, because it's meant to be tablet. So that one may get played at a later date. Oh my god, there's a person. Fuck you, buddy. I'm gonna look around a bit. We've seen something like this. Looking at there. Oh. These are the color symbols. There we go. Nope. Stop now. Stop. I don't punch. Oh, why do you turn so many? That made the light red. And that's a sound. For 5, that's the big, like, buffalo fish thing. Okay. Just got one more sound to find. I assume that that's red then, since the light turned. Just there, I don't need to see. Okay, so if I click on the right side, it only rotates one. No, I didn't. Oh, I see what it's doing. It always rotates to the. It always rotates clockwise, and depending on which one of these I click on. Okay. Nada. Okay. Excuse me. That one's red. Yep. Seen it. That one I don't know. It gives me colors. Let's see if we can chase the person that was wearing the white. Excuse me. Oh, this is the okay. This is the statue thing in the on the jungle island. Or I guess it's the village island. Okay. Don't close that, fucker. No, don't. Ah, okay, this is the walkways. Yes, I know, you see me. Well. There we go. Okay. I'm finally making I'm feeling like I'm making solid progress now. Okay. It's going well. It's going really well. I had. It's going really well. I I was stuck a bit for a while in the beginning. Uh, I took a hint, which finally helped me realize where I was getting stuck at. Yeah, we're seeing a lot more people now. I don't know where I parked the submarine. I have to go around. Nope, wrong way. Still wrong way. Yes, I know you don't like me. Sorry. There it is. Alright, and I mapped this painted this out, so we go. We're seeing people now, which is completely new. And I need to. So just crank the lever. How is your night going? I'm assuming it's Atris. Glad to hear it. like some Bond villain layer bullshit going on here. Hmm. I'm literally just clicking on. I had no idea. I don't think I can do anything with this. Not let me. Oh, hold on. Light. So I'm not sure what to do with that yet. Shortcut. Yay! Okay. Like I'm not seeing the whole picture here yet. But we've got other places we can go check. Oh, that was not. I wanted to go to the mushroom place. That's right. No, you closed. You. That is such horseshit. Fine, we'll take the long way around. If that ladder doesn't stay down, I'd be really upset. Because that took quite a while to get to. Does he really? Please tell me that's not a thing. Okay, okay. I was gonna say, that was about to be like, and uninstall game. No. This was, by the way, this right here is where I was stuck. It never even occurred to me that you just do that. I don't think I can access this yet. Oh. Where's the button? There's a button. There it is. This game is really just it like I it is really the it is what all sequels should strive to be. It is a refinement of mechanics. It is an improvement of presentation, an escalation of difficulty. Like, it is just more and better than its original, its predecessor. And yeah, like, game devs should teach this game. Okay, direction. Boop, 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 boop. Beep. Okay. So that path took me that away. We'll call it east, even though that's the. So let's head straight north and see where the incredibly slow moving dipping mechanism takes me this time. Man, this again is really a Bond villain. Like 100% Bond villain. I'm just waiting for, like... Dun 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 dun. I'm waiting for, like, the Doctor Who theme to start playing. Doesn't look any different. At all. Okay, so I don't understand what the... well, shit. Balls. My whole assumption about what that did is wrong. Okay. I don't know what this thing is. Oh. It's now got... It's supposed to make a shape. That's the dome. Like, it's a topographical map. I don't know what it... I don't know what the benefit of this is, though. I mean, it's neat. It's clearly... Each of these represent, I'm assuming, islands that I can travel to. And it's letting me... It's like letting me view them, but I don't know... Unless there's like... And there's clearly a structure there because it's circular. That's this island. Like, not even useful. Just... Still no idea what the writing means. What other old games do I like, man? I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Um, you know, I had a Nintendo. My very first game was Legend of Zelda. I had a Game Boy. I didn't have a Super Nintendo until I was in college, actually. But my buddy had a Super Nintendo, so I would always play his. There was a really amazing memory that I have of my buddy's 11th or 12th birthday. He got his Super Nintendo, and we stayed up until 5 a.m. playing Mario World. We got all the way to the Forest of Illusion. That world just verb stomped us. I have played Aladdin. I have never beaten it. That game's difficulty is beyond me. I may revisit it again. But yeah, the Disney platformers were fantastic. DuckTales on the NES, real good. I love me some Mega Man. Mega Man and Mega Man X. And I have an appreciation for the Zero games. I haven't really delved in hard. I love Castlevania. I love the classic Castlevanias. I do love the... Ever play Zombies 8? Yes, I did. My cousin had Zombies 8 My Neighbors. He had it for the Genesis. Jesus Christ, talk about it. That game just kicks you in the balls for fun. I love old computer games. Point and click adventures were my jam in my teens. I have quite a backlog of them still. You can get Zombies Ate My Neighbors on Steam or GOG? Really? Sorry. I have to check this out. I didn't realize they had ported it to the, Is it packaged with an emulator, or did they just compile it natively? It's .emu, of course it is. Man, they make some absolutely amazing games. So it's probably running an emulator of some sort. But it's going to be so seamless. Wow, I love .emu. I'm really looking forward to the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat 'em up. And that is also .emu. Sorry. I was checking a message. What are... I did not play Omicron. I've heard of it. I have never played it, though. What are some games you enjoy? Zombies Ate My Neighbors is pretty solid. It's got a few bugs from what I've heard. and seen on YouTube. Apparently the 100% speed run for Zombies Ate by Neighbors is one of the most difficult speed runs that you can take on. Just because there are some situations where 100% meaning you get all of the survivors in every level. And apparently, if I'm remembering the video correctly, there are a couple of survivors that can bug out and just disappear, and it just ruins your run. That sounds right. I'm trying my best to remember a YouTube video that I saw a few months ago. So if this doesn't change locations, then it is just the most obtuse elevator ever invented. Yeah, my plan is to try and work through the majority of my I have a Raspberry Pi that I play retro games on. Um my plan is to work through a lot of my GOG backlog because I have like 300 games. I really just want to play a lot. um and then play some old games. I really want to play Snatcher and Police Knots. Grew up on Half-Life, StarCraft, Twin Sense Odyssey. I don't know that one. Morrowind, I know. Duke Nukem was fantastic. Ocarina of Time, great. Unreal, I never played the original. I spent some time with... oh, no, I'm thinking of Quake 3 Arena. You know what? I don't think I've ever played any of the Unreals. EverQuest, I tried briefly. I'm not a big MMO fan. Although I did spend a large portion of my late 20s playing Warcraft. American McGee's Alice. He's kind of like... Yeah, that was me with WoW in 2008, 2009, I think. I was a Blood Elf Paladin, and then I switched over to Tauren Paladin when they let you change your on Proudmoore. Yeah, I was in a raiding guild, and I was lead tank, and I got burned out because I don't like herding cats and trying to get even a 10-man to do what you need him to do to beat certain bosses. It was too much. And yeah. At one point in time, I had my gear level such that I was elf druid, erudite, and no magician. Nice. I have never played Vex. Is it? For some reason, I'm picturing a lizard. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking to Vex. I misread that. My bad. My bad. Guilds. So in World of Warcraft, at the time that I played, you had to have a guild in order to progress past a certain point. There was just no way. Once you could get to the end game on your own, just leveling. Like, that's the way that the game was designed. But once you wanted to do the end game content, and that's really where the game started. Once you wanted to do the end game content, you were kind of bound. You had to get into a guild because you couldn't do raids on your own. Unless you were massively over leveled, and then at that point the rewards weren't worth it. Heretic 2, yeah. Hexen and Heretic are on my to playlist. As is the original Quake. I played Quake 3 Arena, but I never really played Quake 1 or Quake 2. I have them now. I just worked through Doom, the original, for the first time about 6 weeks ago. I had played Doom growing up, but I had never beaten it. I think my experience was always limited to the shareware version. I want to play. Yeah, I beat the third episode, so I think I still have episode 4 to beat on Doom, and I have Sigil as well. I want to play through. I actually paid for the soundtrack. That is definitely the case. Yeah, I some of the older games just didn't age well. Like, I I never played the original Zork games, the text adventure one, and I looked at Zork Grand Inquisitor as something I might play on stream, and unfortunately, so then I went and I got the other Zorks, thinking they were like Grand Inquisitor. They were a point and click adventure. No, they are a text adventure, and I was not expecting that. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that those will really translate well to stream. Um, They're really nothing. Like, there's gotta be something I'm missing. I still don't know what to do with the eyes. Yes, there are certain games that I really wish that I could forget just to experience them for the first time again. Um, I promise, I have an idea of where I'm going. trying to decide. Like, there's a part of me that wishes that I could go back and, Okay, so there's a blue button here, which means I can summon the elevator, right? It makes me think that there has got to be a way to open this from the outside. I did not. I have not played Prey. I'm not a huge first-person shooter fan. I respect them, but yeah. Wish that I could openers. I feel like I'm so close to figuring something out here, and I can't. Okay, that's fair. We'll take a look down. There really no light here? Wow. Okay. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay. Eye puzzles. The eye puzzle. I don't know what number 1 is. That's supposed to be a frog? Nope, that's a frog. That's... That's not... It'd be nice if it played the sounds. God damn it. I don't remember where the first I was either. I found all 5 at one point before I understood what they were trying to tell me, and I... Oh, I have taken plenty of notes, I assure you. I wrote down the symbols on the eyes before I understood that it was the sounds I needed to pay attention to and the symbols. So I have half of the equation, but I thought I had all the information. We did see the eye in Gen's workshop. Which had the number on it. Hey Grono. So I have finally made a bunch of solid progress. I have been looking for this puzzle almost from the start. So maybe the eye on Ingen's workshop is the first one. It had the number 1 on it, but it didn't have a sound associated. Fuck, fuck. I don't know where Gen would have taken the eye from. Well, we could try and brute force it. Let's see. I know the other 4. Let's see. Let's count for the white. 10 possibilities. I have not seen those on. Frog I have seen. That's supposed to be the thing? Let's see. I discovered a ton of stuff, Grono. Where I got stuck last night is embarrassing. All I had to do was close a door that I had opened, and the path was laid out. Like, I've not seen those. I've not seen crabs. Those I've seen. That's number 4. That is number 2, I believe. I didn't click on that. I did see that fish on the island. Try it. Beetle. Frog. Okay, are there... No, stop. Oh god, there's more symbols than I thought. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. Oh god, that's a lot to try and brute force. That's... 28 symbols. Froggy. We're gonna try one, and then if not, I'm gonna go try and see if I can find more info somehow. Next one is the platypus fish. Nope, I saw. And the last one is that big ass whale fish. I don't think that was it. I've really gotten. What the fifth sound. Wait, can I move that? No. Way out there. He didn't want, but she has never opened that up again. I have no idea what to do with this yet either. go back to what's his fuck's workshop and. So yeah, okay. So when I first got here, I had opened this door. This just absolutely is blowing my mind. I had come through here to get find the info about the frog. It never ever occurred to me that I could just be like, oh hey yeah, just close these fucking doors. I've noticed that each of these has a single one that's colored. But I don't know what they do yet. And I can't access. Okay. There it is. Have a good night, Brid. Thanks for stopping by. Yep, that's one. By the entrance to the bay. I know where that's at. Thanks for letting me zoom in on it, game, but give me some level of interactivity. Yes, you've missed quite a bit, actually. Let's go take a look at the topographical map and see if I can spot a bay. Basically, so what we've discovered is that Gen is like Bond. He's like a Bond villain, just straight up. Okay. I think we at this is the forest or the village island. This is the one. We got to. I don't know how far you've gotten into this game, Gaia, but we got into Gen's workshop, and he's got a pretty extensive journal in there. No, this is the. That one either. Yeah, when I finally figured out where exactly what had the part that had me stuck last night, I was. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really frustrated. The boiler, the water boiler that you have to turn off to access the frog trap. Yeah, so the doors that you open to go to the frog trap, you just close the door. Ads. Super fun. I mean, puzzle game, and I get that, but God damn. I used up a hint for that one. I finally was like, can't, I can't. There's like so much going on in this map that it's almost not. Wrong way. That's definitely the wrong way. Yeah, this gave me nothing. Fuck. I have not been in the Gold Dome yet. No, I don't have access to it yet that I'm aware of. I have found a few shortcuts leading me back to other islands. Make it nice, but unless I can figure out what this last animal is, I'm kind of stuck. I was literally in there. It's where I came from. What's happening? Oh, it zipped me down. God damn it. Right, yeah. Like, it needs, like, a central terminal, really. This, finding the right tram, how to get to that tram. Yeah, absolutely. Mouse back there. Oh, wow. Is that when the... Ooh. Ooh. Uh... That's a lot. Like... I mean, I get it. CDs don't have that much of don't have that much storage comparatively. So yeah, but wow. I'm glad the GOG version doesn't have like loading or something when that's happening, because ugh. Fuck my life. Don't I want the full-on experience? No, there are some quality of life changes that I very much appreciate. I don't get what the button is supposed to do. Drink something, preferably water. Okay, fine. It's the... I don't think that's the bay. Yes, I know. Besides, this one is here. a simple reminder: if you are enjoying the stream, haven't already, if you consider follow, that would be greatly appreciated. I know it seems like something small, but it actually helps out quite a bit. Not really a bay. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. Again, Atris's father and the grandfather, brothers that are trapped in the books. Atris trapped him here. And he's facing an uprising. Like there's a rebel faction that he mentions having trouble with in his journal. And it's starting to look like the villagers also don't trust him because they've got all these secrets and shit that they around. Not all of these traps are of his make. The eyes with the numbers and the animal sounds, they are made by the villagers. So, and these knives here are made by the rebels. So something's going on that's out of his control. Okay, I am not I am not ashamed to admit that I am just gonna look for a symbol. Beetle, then frog. Where's frog at? Nope. Frog. Then we have the platypus dolphins. then the fish with the... Well... Dude, the water came out of the wall and flowed up the walls. Oh, fuck! Okay. We're going to a different age. Shit. Am I dead? I don't think I'm dead. I should make a point redemption that puts that up on the screen.
Killing me. Oh.
They roofied me. This is not how first dates are supposed to go. Wow. Wow, we've got all the fucking memes. And they all work. Thanks. Thanks for the food, people. This is where the rebels have been living, I'm gonna bet. Hello? Hey, climb under the door? No. Listen, I can clearly fit through this hole. Fucking hell. And Yoda's cave has seen better days. All I'm saying. Yes, I would like to complain to management. This room is awful.
Yapai manai yelepo. Miotisai. Bekaretere wirape yelo kene falapo. Tisai. Waite fulupe.
Okay. We have other books. Wait. Nope, nope. Exit. Okay. Uh, before we. What? Oh, I want that to happen. Okay. Before I go. Okay, that'll just take me back. Okay. I linked to Riven a week ago. The smell of the place overwhelmed me moments before I could see anything. With my sight only partially cleared, I stood motionless, peering ahead through a dim veil which was slowly lifting. There was a violent clang, and something appeared. I remember breathing slowly and very deeply, testing the familiar Riven air, but not recognizing a thing. I must have been hit with the dart right away. I thought it was an insect bite at first, trying to remember it all, but it's difficult, maybe because of the drug. Drug, that's the word. There was a voice. A man I did not recognize stood before me. Rivenese though he was, wearing Oni dress. Sorry, guys, I'm having a hard time reading this font. He seemed to be talking to me, but the poison was already taking effect. A shadow crept in and I fell asleep. Then there were many voices, but I understood none of them. Like hundreds of people whispering, I couldn't wake up. No matter, the dream did end, and now to be here with Atai, it's been so many years I didn't realize how much I missed her. Like a piece of me that I had forgotten I'd lost. She's beautiful and so full of warmth. But the years have left her with a wound which was not there when we were children. I do wish she were more interested. I write quickly from my prison. Turn your book, which moist. Intercepted upon your arrival. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atris for a very specific Gen will desire to something, although he may have suspicion. You can find my prison. You still need the combination to release me. Gen keeps it in his office, which I have written down. Then I assume we are to signal Atris. I think I know how it might be done, but don't signal him before I am released, Catherine. I do wish she were more interested. It seems like I'm asking all of the questions. It's awkward. No one asks me where I've been or what I've been doing. This hurts, but I understand it. Their beliefs are are born out of ignorance and oppression. They are gentle people, but they've had their nest destroyed, and now they frantically cling to anything that might save them. But why have they chosen to cling to me? I'm confused. As a child, I always felt out of place here. I never belonged. They never understood me. I couldn't relate to them. But now I'm overwhelmed by an intense feeling that I owe everything and this place. I thought I would never see them again, and yet I'm here. I've been given this second chance. But a second chance at what? Saving them? Fulfilling their prophecies? Being their savior? I don't know what that. The Moisty. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's how I choose to. Yeah. The Moisty. Atris would want me to chronicle all that I've learned. I can at least record some of it. It seems that when Atris and I. No, it's definitely Moisty. Yeah, no. Moisty. Very moist. Yep. Might even say damp. It seems that when Atris and I trapped Gen in Riven many years ago, our efforts were witnessed by most of the inhabitants here. Two of the Rivenese even witnessed confrontation with Gen at the fissure, where I linked back to Myst and where Atris threw himself into the abyss. Of course, they understood little of what they were seeing, but they somehow were able to guess that we had won, that Gen was no god at all, but only a feeble impostor, false god, and that we had trapped him here on Riven. That's why they're starting to rebel. Okay. I always hoped they would deduce this simple truth, but their further conclusions have astonished me. Atris had stripped Gen of his power, therefore Atris must be a true god. As a god, he was chasing me, spiritual misfit from a Rivenese womb to be his wife. I was transcending into deity and would lord over Riven forever. This, the Moisty, as they call themselves, I know it's not that, just for the record. Were born a dissident society, sworn enemies of Gen. I did not. What? Listen, I mean, there's so much going on with water in this game. It's clearly the Moisty. I did not know of their beliefs regarding Atris and myself until 2 days ago. Atty was, for some reason, hesitant to tell me. I can't figure out why. I know she doesn't believe these things. Of course, everyone else is adamant that I would be aware of my own god status, so they made no effort to inform me. I only realized it at a recent gathering, to which I was invited. I sat at the front of a dimly lit and crowded cave, as they told a mythical story of my own life, acting out battle between Atris, myself, and Gen at the edge of the fissure. So they must have had C-3PO sitting there, like, making the sounds, everything. The events had been exaggerated into grandiose proportions. It was offensive, but I was unable to stop it. I was unable to break the illusion, which is the very foundation of their hope and purpose, which has given them courage to band together rebel against Gen. Since then, I learned of other doctrines and beliefs that have evolved. The most disturbing of which is the conviction that one day I would return to Riven to free. Some believe that I will overthrow Gen, others believe that I will bring them to paradise. I don't know how to heal or how to deal with this. I fight it, that's crossed out, myself. I love these people, my only real kindred, but they will not love me as an equal, which hurts me. I would rather be their slave than their master. Over the years, Gen's power has become greater and greater. The Moisties' numbers have grown, and they have become more and more adept at hiding themselves. They now live in a complex network of caves that he still has not discovered. The Moiety, for the most part, have completely severed their relationship with any of the Rivenese that chose against joining them. But I hope they're not sacrificed. I hope they've not sacrificed vital limbs in order to remove the cancer. Even Father and I think it's Grant are still on the surface of Gen's domain, and I long to see them, but a dimness shrouds at his face every time I've mentioned them. Since this break took place, they have interfered with the surface in superficial ways, occasionally sabotaging one of Gen's constructions or stealing food for the villagers. They wear strange masks and costumes during their short forays to the island's surface, and take this regalia very seriously, refusing to be seen by anyone outside the moiety unless they are properly attired. They get much pleasure out of the fact that those on the surface are frightened by these costumes, calling them evil spirits or ghosts. It was during one of these expeditions that they fortuitously rescued me from one of Gen's guards when I first appeared on this island. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have been delivered to Gen immediately. I have no doubt that he's now searching for me. Of course, I am now aware that I was foolish. Atris is not here. I was at first devastated by this realization. Now I am thankful. He would be in extreme peril here. Also, there is a quiet inner voice, echoing remnant, that wants him far away. I have just witnessed an age dying, gasping its last breath. Today I ventured to the surface to see what has become of this island. I hoped it would not be as bad as the moiety had reported. It was worse. They have become slowly accustomed to its steady decay, but I was devastated. The lips from which the kiss is wrought. Yeah, the lore is really well done. The lips from which the kiss is wrought has fallen words. will fall cold breath. The womb from which cry released has softened heart, or has suffered hurt, will suffer death. To get to the surface, we had to travel through a complex series of doors and passages. For the last of these doors, man, she really scribbles. They offered me a weapon, which I accepted, and then a mask. I held the mask in my hands for a while, wondering what sort of terror it might invoke in those members of my family who still live on the surface. But I also knew I must keep my identity hidden from Gen's ever-vigilant eye. So I accepted it as well. Then together, we swam a short expanse and emerged out of the surface of the ocean under the rocky overhang. The harsh sunlight made my eyes sting, but the fresh, rich air was exhilarating. After these past weeks, dank cave. The two men with me were silent, communicating only with hand signals. Three of us emerged from our hiding place and made our way to the top of the plateau at the eye of a thick evergreen area of the forest. They stopped, peered through the foliage for a moment, and then turned to me as if awaiting my command. But could not respond. In fact, I found it difficult to move. I was smelling, hearing, and breathing my youth. This swept over me in a matter of seconds. But in seconds more, all feeling was gone. There was a numbness. We did not stay long on the surface, but it was long enough to see the worst Riven, which was once an island, has been split into 5 distinct pieces, about half a mile apart. 4 of these have been claimed by Gen as his exclusive domain. Only his minister and personal militia are even allowed access. From my vantage point at the edge of the forest, I could see 3 of these islands. They are stripped of their former beauty and are riddled with Gen's self-absorbed constructions. The moiety rarely visit these closely guarded places. There's another island which I could not see, as it had evidently crept away to a terrific distance. Moiety are very unclear as to what exists on this island, except for the fact that they know it is where the great tree used to exist. The forest is located on the island. Surface dwellers and the moiety still refer to as Riven. But they also still refer to their entire world as Riven. This island is where the village is, which has changed dramatically. It is also the one remaining province of the people, though Gen's influence can be seen everywhere. Of course, I know the reason for the fracturing of the islands. The moiety do not. Gen wrote this place, and it will die, as all of Gen's ages eventually. I feel nothing today. I am nothing. I live in a cave on a dying world inhabited by people that they are treating me so strangely. They don't know how to react to a god. I'm still an outcast here. They whisper amongst themselves, talking of my bravery during my excursion to the surface, how I walked across the island, bold and unafraid. They don't know me. When Atty is uncomfortable around me, even Atty is uncomfortable around me. At times there is no awkwardness, but I am only friend to her. But at other times I am something else. I am afraid. There's such a fuck, I don't know what that word is at all. Such a something numbers inside me. Giant. Wow, thank you. Such a giant numbness inside me. Today I do not feel closeness. Oh, closeness with my people. Neither am I offended by their worship of me. I do not hate Gen. Don't feel anything. I am not even sure of. At least Nelsh is still close. I am boiling. I am. Gen is making and writing books. I wish they had told me sooner. Actress should have realized this would happen. Of course. Gen would have written all of the materials necessary to the Oni craft of making books into his age, and probably every other age he ever wrote. He is attempting to write his way out of here. We did not imprison him. We only delayed him. This age has become his factory, and the people are his machines, all laboring in his mad pursuit to become a god. Carry on his noble Oni cause. So far, he has not been able to produce a fully functional book. Atris has never believed in destiny, but I don't know what else to call it. It's too perfect. It's too much of a coincidence. They hang on my every word, though they do not understand them. Oh, it looks like Oni. Like this, I'm like, but yeah, I see it now. The apostrophe. Okay, sorry. That makes a lot more sense, actually. But okay. Actress never believed in destiny. Blah blah blah. Too much of a coincidence. They hang on my every word. They do not understand them. I am their hope, and now I have returned. I owe this to them. There is no choice. Yeah, I know about that lever. I saw that lever before. Okay. It seems a long time since my last entry. It is hard to recognize, but I have found the starfisher. It is located on the island which the Rivenese call Aleppo, meaning water pool, but which is referred to by the Moiety as Alatwan, meaning pool of stars. Having since allowed Atris to escape this age without leaving an open door behind us, it has since been sealed with the skin of heavy iron. A crude telescope has been mounted over a locked viewport. That must be the Golden Dome. The combination to which was acquired by the moiety before my arrival. See, that's different. It's 22145. In the early days, the moieties seeking an escape from Riven briefly pursued the idea of reopening the fissure. They discovered a small mechanism, a small mechanical stop to prevent the scope from hitting the port. Ultimately, however, they decided against opening. I hate to think what it would have happened to them if they had not left it alone. I've instructed them to stay away from it. I'm almost certain that, with the decayed state of the islands, opening the fissure now would be disastrous. I have heard that in the days immediately following Gen's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure, for he had seen the Myst book fall from Atris's hands into that very same space. To this end, he would have people, alleged transgressors of the law, thrown into it, that they could observe their fate. Wait, is that what we are? Because we fell through the fissure. Are we somebody that Gen just chucked into the fissure and we lost our memories? They could observe their fate. The telescope, which still stands there, is one he had built for these callous experiments. It is said that they did not die, but what became of them remains a mystery. It appears that the limits of Gen's thing prevented him from learning their fate. The starfield beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, and as hospitable to life. Thank you. As the flowing river. This is how Atris explained it, after he had fallen into it. But much more than that we've never understood, and we were never able to conclude upon its origins. A weird use of conclude. But the visions tell me that it was born out of the will of the Maker, perhaps for some greater purpose that we cannot yet understand. I still remember Atris' words from. I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into the starry expanse. There must be some greater reason behind it. I neglected to mention it earlier. The unique shape of one of the great daggers, which appeared during their... Yeah, which appeared during our escape from Riven. The very dagger stands vertically at one end. A lat one has been adopted by the moiety as a symbol of their cause. Ah, that's why they've got the ceremonial daggers. Okay. It is a sacred symbol for them. It is the representation of all of their doctrine and their representation of me. To face this symbol is sacrilege. They have their own mythical explanation regarding its sudden origin. I haven't told them that I wrote it into this age along with all the other daggers. Oh. It's strange how such a young religion can be so unbending, even to their own god. I have tried to dissuade them of the notion that symbols contain so much power. The enemy was this uses this paranoia against them. They are fearful of Gen's symbol and are terrorized by his symbol's symbolic use of the Wark. Chocobos. Wark. But they don't want to hear this from me. Perhaps my attempts have even caused some of the younger members of the moiety doubt that I am Catherine. My rare encounters with those who say they follow Gen have been discouraging. I have hoped to have some communication with surface villagers, but they always flee from me. But I have heard news of some of the villagers' beliefs regarding Gen. Soon after we trapped Gen on Riven, he claimed that he was responsible for the daggers, placing them around the island as a reminder of their failure. In the village in the village circles, it is told that this was a punitive act performed by Gen to mark the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, if they have proven their devotion to him, they will be delivered unto a new and better existence. I will continue to try to reach them. The door is open. Gen is free. Gen has the ability to create working books. In fact, he had written one age before I arrived. It has kept this accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest ministers are aware. I'm not sure, perhaps he has written others. Other news, a few years ago, before the moiety were forced into hiding, one of them managed to steal what appeared to be a test book that Gen had destroyed. It had been partially written, but did not work. Didn't tell me about it until now because they thought it was useless. Back then, none of Gen's books worked, but instead of correcting the problem at its source, shoved it on the he blamed it on the impure wood of the Riven forest and proceeded to My lord, she writes. Proceeded to engineer a cumbersome mechanical remedy. A complex series of domes, which we've seen, to heal his book's inherent flaws. One of the consequences of this crude solution, however, was that the domes demanded huge amounts of energy, and the related problems delayed his success for quite some time. At last, however, he finished his work and was finally able to link to an age, but he kept his success extremely well hidden. However, for some reason or another, belligerent pride, he has made modifications to the domes which make it obvious he's using the domes to breathe life in half-dead books. Perhaps he means to lure us into using the books on the domes, or in the domes. He can't believe that we would blindly swallow suicide. Is that suicide? Suicidal. But he wouldn't know that we have one of his books, the stolen, burnt book. Possibility of have read burnt book. Age it describes would be unsuitable as new home for the moiety. Must be modified. I will dream. Have requested a group solve combination that will open the domes. Once open, we can power the burnt book. I do not think Gen will interfere. We'll leave the bait. Have began writing the moiety's age. Now must acquire second book from Gen. There is tension. A strain blurs my vision and nightmares. Neela and Addie stay close. Much has happened. Almost everything is prepared. We have stolen another book, but I am concerned Gen will miss it. We have also discovered the combinations for entering the domes. We have not discovered the method for powering them. By powering one burnt book with Gen's domes, we will be able to link to this age. But we will only have access to the domes for a short of time. Before we are discovered, therefore, we can only use the domes once. I must find another way to make the books work. The gateway images in Gen's books and our burnt book all seem to share the same sickness. If they are not powered, images are black. Oh, we know where the burnt book is. We know where a burnt book is with a black image, which means we can stick it in the dome and use it. There's a burnt book in Gen's workshop in a furnace. Let's see. Black might be possible to clear the vision. We'll write substance into moiety. All is ready. Now all we can do is wait for word from the Moitier. Ask who are on the lookout for Gen power and use the domes. When he does that, we will have access to one of Gen's domes just long enough. After linking to the age which I've written, I only have to locate the book window substance. And refine or adapt it. Laying this window over the gateway image should heal the books and make them work. So allow me to use the second stolen book and return to Riven with more of the book windows. We will then no longer have to rely on Gen's clumsy domes. I laugh at these plans. I sound like Atris. I'm risking my life, but I feel no fear, only anxiety. Perhaps it is the source of my nightmares. The fissure, like a great wound, is opened. It stains the riven soil with blood. I hold the moiety knife. Something gross. The voices grow so bad. Oh, so loud. For their part, the moiety have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. It is the fulfillment of their prophecy. But they are also fearful and tense. I don't know what they will think or do if I fail. It is done. It seems too good to be true. I feel like it's all still a dream. We have already evacuated all of the moiety to this new age. It is beautiful, and I am pleased. At last, my people will live in safety and comfort. They stand under the bare sky, unafraid and dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. They have named it Fry. A toy? There's still much to be done. We are not protected yet. The only way to completely safeguard this place is to destroy the book which links to here from Riven. But I do not even know how to bring this up to the moiety. They will be extremely reluctant about destroying their only link to Riven. I share this hesitation. I would be cutting off my only connection. But for their sake, it must be done. I am anxious to know if our activities have aroused Gen's suspicions. If so, we must act quickly. Even so, I feel that now we are impregnable. Tomorrow I will return to Riven to see Gen's reaction for myself. But tonight, I finally rest. And on that note, we are gonna call it for the evening. Let's see. I feel like I made a lot of progress today, and I am very pleased. Man, this game is good. let's see here. Hey, I know who we're gonna raid. We are gonna go check out Nintendezi. I love that guy. He's great. Looks like he is playing Earthbound. So I'd like to thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to play through Riven, and then I'll be playing through Secret of Monkey Island. And then we will Myst 3 Exile. So if you like what you're seeing, think about coming back. I'll be back tomorrow night.